really ring deep as part of the pillars of the United Government Party. So, Hillary, thank you so much for giving the chance to listen to someone who associates very closely with the ethos and principles of a political party, but also someone with whom we've engaged earlier to help progress constitutionalism in Kenya. We look forward to listening to him this evening and learning more from him. But more so, I really hope he can tell Kenyans today if he's running for president. Number two, if he's running for president, what do we expect under his presidency? Hillary, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Neto. Thank you so much, Abdi, and whoever on board today. We really appreciate your presence here today. And also, if you have questions, you can share them down there. And now I want to take this opportunity to welcome Honorable CJ Maraga to say hi to Kenyans. And also, for those who doesn't know him, he can introduce himself. And Mheshimiwa, when you're coming in, you've been talking about the governance and the rule of law all the time. Wherever you are, we've been following you up on the things that you're doing as you go to work with Kenyans, and you've been talking about fixing the law is the key to fixing Kenya. How will you enforce this? How can we enforce this and these principles? Being that now people are saying that you're the right person to the president level and everything. And when you answer that, I know we're gonna expand as we go forward. So welcome so much, Mweshimiwa, and now you can have a mic and introduce yourself, and also for those who doesn't know you, maybe you're seeing you for the first time, because our platform has several people, not only Kenyans, but even people outside the country, other communities from other countries. They usually join our conversation. Welcome on board. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Hillary. Thank you very much, Mr. Abudi and Dr. Milton, for giving me the privilege of talking to Kenyans and other listeners from other countries. I am delighted to be with you this evening. This is my first time to participate on this platform. Please bear with me understanding the challenges of technology. I'm happy I have 2-3 Gen Zs around here who are assisting me with the technology.
Yeah.
The lives
we'll use you at some point.
Especially who died on 25th of June during the first occupation of Parliament, and that left struggles and disappearances, some of which ended in death. So can we all observe 1 minute of silence in remembrance of those patriots? Thank you. We can go on.
Yes, you can proceed. Thank you.
Yeah. As I said, Hillary, thank you for hosting me this evening. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the listeners. I want to tell you, listeners, that we don't take this for granted. You have put off a few of your things to listen to me. I don't take that for granted. I want to thank you most sincerely for that. You have asked me to introduce myself. My name is David Maraga. I'm the immediate retired Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya. I served as Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya between 2016 and January 2021. I retired on the 12th of January 2021 upon attaining the mandatory constitutional age of 70 years. This is after I had been in the judiciary for about 18 years, as a judge of the High Court, Court of Appeal, and ultimately as the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya. Those who were around in Kenya and watched, you saw that as I stepped on the steps of the Supreme Court, on the last day, as I was handing over to my deputy then, I did warn judges. Quite a number of them were present. I did warn them of the drums of political war which were being beaten at that time. And I warned them against compromising the integrity of the processes in the judiciary, as that would create a lot of problems for our country. I particularly warned about impunity and requested them to always uphold the rule of law, because that's the only way sustained economic prosperity and the long-term political stability of our country can be guaranteed. Even though I knew of the dire situation we were facing at that time I was retiring, I did not foresee that our country would descend to the level of impunity, economic despair, and rampant corruption where we find ourselves in today. I had no political ambition at all. As I left the office, what was key in my mind was to rest, talk to young people wherever opportunity came, mentor some, and I've been doing that in colleges, schools, and the churches. However, observing what happened in our country on the 25th of June last year, during the Gen Z protest against the finance bill, I was horrified by the response of the state. The youth were seeking accountability on the use of public funds, but the violent response of the Ruto administration was brutal. I was shocked. I was shocked. These people had only their telephones. Why use that amount of force? That tells you a government that goes to that extent leaves people wondering whether they have any further legitimacy to continue governing. It was a very sad state of affairs. After those protests and the failure to address the core demands the youths were making, several names were banded as alternative leaders for our country. Quite a number of names were given. Mine was mentioned once or twice. After that, I dismissed the issue because I'm not a politician. However, after several days of prayer and consideration, when I was requested by some to think about vying for the highest seat, I took time, prayed over the issue, consulted first with my family and the close friends. Then I realized, and I came to the conclusion that I need to contest, if only I can bring change to our country. So my plea this evening is that if the Kenyans give me the privilege of leading this country, my vision will focus on three main pillars: reset Kenya to constitutionalism and adherence to the rule of law, restore the independence and the integrity of national institutions, and rebuild our economy. I'll briefly explain what I mean by those. Reset Kenya to constitutionalism and adherence to the rule of law with emphasis to zero tolerance with corruption. In my view, ladies and gentlemen, impunity and corruption are an existential threat to this country. Unless radical steps are taken to stem them, we risk our national stability as well as well-being as a nation. It is common knowledge that Kenyans are very hardworking people. Comparatively, Kenya is not so poor to need to borrow for budget support. However, because of looting of public resources, wanton looting of public resources, mainly through budgeted corruption, our national debt has reached an unimaginable proportion. Our national debt today stands at 11.2 trillion and is said to exceed 70% of the GDP against the limit that is set in our law of 55% of the GDP. The stock comprises of 6.2 trillion of external of domestic debt and 5 trillion of external debt. Why am I making that distinction? Why I'm making that distinction is that the domestic borrowing affects the cash flow in the country. The businessmen have to compete with government in getting funds from the banks. And as a result, interest rates go very high to a point that the business are able to make any sensible business profit when they are growing at a very high rate. This, in my view, should not be allowed to continue. If we go on like this, we are going to run into very serious problems. You may not be aware that when the debt fell due, we borrowed to repay. You borrow from one bank to pay another. That's that's where we are. Technically, what that means is that the country actually defaulted. It's only that it was able to convince some lenders to get money. My leadership, if I'm allowed by Kenyans, will focus on fostering the culture of integrity, enforcing laws and impartiality, and making sure that we don't, our borrowing is responsible, and we mind about the market. As you all know, fellow Kenyans, for far too long, we have allowed impunity to override obedience to the law. Many state and public officers have embraced the utadu mantra and simply do as they please. The result is wanton corruption and the paralysis of service delivery. Because of interference of investigations, those of you who have been around for a while know what I mean by that. There was one time we were told that when you don't want a case to succeed, you get investigations corrupted, so that the evidence that comes cannot sustain a conviction. Because of that, not many of those who commit economic crimes especially are charged. Those who get charged are those who can't buy their freedom. What is the result of that? Criminal cartels freely and contemptuously operate with impunity. And some of the cases that have gone on to the shock of Kenyans are crimes that have been sponsored by the state. You saw the Gen Z protests and the kidnapping of the young people. Some of them were killed. If I'm privileged to lead this country, impunity will end. Starting with me, and I please want you to understand me, listeners, and Mr. Gondi and your colleagues. I don't want to preach water while I'm taking wine. So when I say everybody will have to obey the law, it will have to start with me. It will have to be a rule that must be obeyed by my family, by my friends, and everybody. Thereafter, I will face corruption head on. I will deal with corruption head on. I will end the current political culture of vote buying and electoral corruption practices. You understand what I mean? I mean by that. We have people who go and pay voters to vote for them. And that has become a culture. I will commence radical and fundamental changes to the public service in a manner that will ensure that the public officers respect the public, who after all are their bosses. What has made the situation worse is that due to the amendment of the old constitution and the law, public officers were allowed to engage in business. Of course, there are provisions which were left in the law that there should be no conflict of interest, but they traded in companies. And they traded with the government. They are the ones who would get tenders, or who would still get tenders as a result of the Session of Paper number 10 of 1965 and the Endeavour Commission, a report that allows them to do business. As a result of that, through theft of public resources, state officers eventually some of them end up contesting elective positions. Not just to protect what they have taken, but to continue stealing from the public. They steal your money, they bribe you to vote for them, you elected them, and they continue with the looting spree. They start by recouping what they have spent in the election. Then they build war chests for the next election. And all that at public expense. They will continue to do that. As a matter of fact, and you must be aware, it is in public news, new entrants into the political scene, flaunting looted public resources, are eyeing electoral positions, including the presidency. Fellow Kenyans, my plea to you is that we must stop this kind of practice. We must stop this kind of practice. People steal from you and bribe you with the same amount of money, and you vote him in. Then he goes on stealing. And then what are you left with? You have no medicine in hospitals. Children can't go to school because of various problems. I will leave that the issue of corruption there. Let me move on to restore independence and the integrity of the institutions. It's common knowledge that Parliament has captured, the state has captured most of the institutions in Kenya. Quite a number of people say that Parliament has become the mouthpiece of the executive. The MPs, we have reports, are a to vote in a given way, particularly when it comes to approving nominations for appointment. And the funding of the judiciary has literally tripled the operations of the judiciary. The public service, which is supposed to professionalize the service itself, is more concerned with taking the presidential decrees. Then we have manipulation in the recruitment process and the micromanagement by the president and those around him of many institutions, sadly including even the universities, our universities. What is the end result? Our universities and many other institutions are manned by mediocre people who are corrupt, and they are grinding those institutions to a standstill. I could go on, but you know what has happened? Through blackmail of national institutions like Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, the Auditor General, and the control of budget, they are not able to perform their duties as expected. You know what has gone on in the past? The control of the IEBC, which is supposed to be independent to run elections as they are required by law. All this is happening not because we don't have appropriate provisions of the law to take care of the situations. We have a lot of laws. There's one time I was attending a conference, out of the country, and it was actually said that the Money Laundering Act of Kenya was one of the best provisions on money laundering in many parts of the world. So what do we do with this? This cannot stop unless we embrace meritocracy and have institutions led by people who can stand up and still even the president and those especially around him say no to them when they are trying to be unfairly influenced. Coming to the economy, despite the fact that Kenyans are industrious and hardworking people, it is not in dispute that our economy is in doldrums. Ask even Mama Mboga, she will tell you. She doesn't have to use any economic terms. She will tell you, hapa ni kubaya, and you understand what it means. This is all as a result of poor leadership. Which country can prosper with widespread rent seeking and overtaxation? Which country can prosper with very expensive energy and at times unreliable? As a result, we are at almost economic stagnation, and some investors have relocated to the neighboring countries. We can't continue like this, fellow Kenyans. We have our students dropping out of university because of the funding formula that is not working. Our young people are coming from universities, but they can't get employment because the economy has collapsed. Employment opportunities are not there. Employers themselves are closing down because they can't pay the overheads. What is the solution? Send our young people to other countries where we have actually modern slavery. From was that country, the Asian country, Myanmar, they were sent back. That's the country we have in. Our education system, you know the problems we are facing. We have an education system. Is it BBC? CBC. With a ratio of 40 students or pupils to one teacher, when the recommended ratio is supposed to be 14 pupils to one teacher, what kind of instruction are you going to get? we need to invest in our nation and deal with properly. Otherwise, we are losing our children. At times, you can easily lose a whole generation of people. If you lose a generation of young people, those people's lives cannot be brought back. I don't need to go into problems we are facing with the healthcare, the SHA program, which was introduced even without first setting it properly so that there are no hiccups. People are suffering. Some people are dying as a result, when we are supposed to be a little diligent. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, let me say that we cannot continue in this kind of governance. The flagrant violation of the Constitution and the rule of law that is witnessed all over must end. Abductions and reprisals, the use of force to silence those who hold dissenting views cannot be accepted. No civilized nation can allow or should allow heinous crimes like the shooting dead of civilians who simply have to. They are unarmed and they are being shot. And of course, thereafter, they also arm themselves and they try to hit back. However, it is all not lost. Fellow Kenyans, the Gen Zs, demonstrated to us that if you stand up, change will be there. In my view, the 25th June protests was a wake-up call that we have what it takes to reclaim our country. We are a civilized and resilient people. We are highly intelligent and educated, so we can do it. We fought and the repeal of Section 2A of the old Constitution in the 1990s and ended the one-party rule. We fought and got a new constitution in 2010. Our youth ushered in a view that we can fight back and get our country back. Our Gen Zs started a change movement last year, which we must complete. I'm responding to the call from the Gen Sote to lead a movement. This movement, among other things, values integrity, utu, respect for the rule of law, and the dignity of our people. It is a movement which aims to restore hope and human dignity to our people, irrespective of their classes, and of course, change or improve on our education system and healthcare. Those who are willing or who share the same views are most welcome to overviews on how we can reset our country and have our institutions working. I am here with you today. With God's help, we will prevail. I'm willing and ready to lead this change movement. And as I've said, those who are willing or who share the same view, that we don't want cosmetic changes. They are not going to help us. We will go back to where we are. We want to reset the country and respect the law. Thank you very much, Mr. Gondi.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, CJ. For those who are joining, this is Pressure Point on Sunday. Every Sunday we are here and we have a conversation about National Reset today with our former CJ, David Maraga. He has explained a lot of things that we have been asking ourselves. But CJ, I have two questions. Then I will open it to our platform people to ask. And those who are requesting mic, we are requesting that Just give us time. We have more than 100 people requesting mics, so bear with us. We will try to revolve around and so that we can ask CJ. And also, if you have a question, you can post it down there. Abdi will go through them as CJ also taking notes. CJ, you have talked that you just said now that you have a two Gen Zs that is helping you there. It means that young people, it is in your heart. I want to ask you these two questions on about Gen Zs. Then I will ask you another two questions. Then I'll open it up for the people on youth and civic engagement. You have expressed support of Gen Z's activism, and we have seen you are calling about supporting young people, and you're saying calling them fearless and tribeless. How can our older generation better support their leadership aspirations? That's question number one. I hope you're noting them down. uh, so that I know that you have agencies there, they are noting this down. You've been all along saying that these young people, they're fearless, they're tribeless. How can older generation now better support their leadership aspirations? Because we are seeing young people are coming up, they need the leadership, they want to take the roles. And what happened even in the June 25th last year, we are seeing young people can push and can make even things work to our country. How can older generation do that? Number two, on the same, in your view, what role should young people play in shaping Kenyans' future governance, as being that a person that is supporting these young people? And lastly, is about on governance and rule of law. You've been pushing this one so much, and we know that you are a person that believe on laws and the rule of law and integrity, and making sure that the law is working well. You've stated strictly that now the rule of law should start with yourself going forward. How can you elaborate on how this will work in practice so that even start from you? Now, all these Kenyans who are listening, if you take this seat, now you'll make sure that everybody is practicing this, because this also is something that we are seeing is affecting ourselves and making our country not working together. Otherwise, those are three questions that I would like you to address. Then I will open the mic for our listeners, the people who are here now today, because I know they have a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions here because you have talked about education, you have talked about health sector, you have talked about even the independence of judiciary and everything, and we saw that when you were there. So if you can answer those three questions, then I can open up to give it to the our audience today, so that they can ask also questions and also give their views on the same. Thank you so much, CJ.
Thank you, Mr. Gond, for those questions. The first question is, how can the old people support the youths? The youths are our children and grandchildren. The old generation must accept that, I mean, as time goes, they should be preparing to pass on the baton to the young people. And a sensible parent should understand that as the days go, he needs to set his home properly and leave it functioning with the children happy. So the old people should, besides of course taking the children to school so that they are prepared, when they have come out of school, they should do everything possible to support them to get employment. If they are not getting employment, get some business they can do and earn a living and move on. With regard to the role the young people should play, this is one area that has given me a lot of concern. We seem to be recycling the old people in various positions. People who don't even need to be in employment. First of all, they even, they are stable economically. They are tired. Why should we cling to positions when we are supposed to train? There used to be a program in the public service of understudying. When somebody is about to retire, you are supposed to get people to take over from you. So in governance, my view is that the young people should be given an opportunity to get into elective positions, to be appointed to senior positions, and mentored in the process, and they come up. That is not going to work if, as I said, you're going to need billions of shillings to bribe your way into an elective position. The youths are looking for employment. They don't even have what? They don't even have money to maintain themselves, to sustain themselves. So we need to change the system so that the youths can come out even without money and still elected. Thank you for the question about the rule of law. The rule of law equalizes everyone. The notion of the rule of law is that everybody is equal before the law. When you have some people who are above the law, then you're going to run into problems. Why I said that we want a rule of, a system where we obey the law, starting with me, is because of what has happened in the past. We have had cases where the courts have given orders against the government. And those orders are disregarded. Some have been regarded as not what even on the paper they are written. How can you have a system like that? We wanted everybody to obey the law, and once everybody obeys the law, there will be order. When the president is known to obey the law, everybody else will obey the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable CJ. Again, thank you for that sobering yet necessary reflections. I think you painted a stark picture of the state of our nation, from an economic mismanagement to the collapse of our healthcare, education, and from a weakened institution rampant to corruption and impunity. Indeed, the situation is dire. But as you rightly said, it's not all lost. There is hope rooted in our constitution, in the resilience of the people, and the most importantly today, in the Genzote movement, which has reminded that the nation that silence is no longer an option. We thank you for responding to the Genzote. Thank you for stepping up to lead this movement grounded in integrity, justice, and the rule of law. I'll ask you respectfully, what do you begin? Where do we begin this reset? Is it through the courts, civic spaces, or through people's convention? Who must lead? Can we trust the current institutions, or we must build new ones from scratch? What will the people-driven constitutional reset look like in practical terms? And here is a question on your legacy. It's coming from our listeners. It's over about 3,000 listeners. He asks you, Justice Maraga, as you remembered, as one of the most boldest decisions in Kenyan history, nullifying the presidential election. Looking back, what gave you the courage to stand for the Constitution when many were willing to compromise? During your tenure, you spoke openly about political interference, pressure on the judiciary. What lessons can Kenyans draw from the experience about protecting the rule of law in a hostile political environment? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Where do we start? We have one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. We have provisions. We don't know. All that we need to do is to obey the law and implement the provisions.
Did we lose the
Is
CJ?
it only me who can't hear him, or
No, we can't hear him. I think he has connection issues, but they're trying to fix that. Um, yeah, as it comes, maybe we can give. Um, I see Wakili Hari is here, Snoopy is here. Nyamisa, Amisa, what are you doing?
I'm good, Hillary. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to be here because I know a lot of people have so many questions for the CJ, and there's been a lot of frustration that he's not talking. So today, I think finally, many of us will have a chance to directly ask him so many of the questions that have been flying around on the timeline.
All right. Thank you so much. Neto, you can check with the. Oh no, I think it dropped, but it's coming back now. Ruta Mbogo, you can pick it up as we get CJ to come back. Abdi, we continue with the program with the Redemptor. I see you. Yes, Ruta Mbogo, you can go on. Neto, you can hear me now.
Yes, I can hear you
Okay.
loud and clear.
Okay, so we are checking what is happening with CJ, but we can give people mic to share their views. Ruth Mbogo, you can pick it up from there.
Thank you, Hillary. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
I would love to associate with the emeritus CJ's views, and he's a man I honor, he's a man I respect, because in 2017 I was, I think, a 25-year-old girl fighting for the interests of the country on the streets, listening to people talking about the frustrations and being at the forefront of the fight against impunity when it comes to elections. I remember in 2017, I was merely 25, and I was the Secretary General for Daughters of Raila, which is a movement that came up just after the elections of 2017 that was speaking on behalf of the Kenyans who are disgruntled by the elections. Right now, I am a lawyer, soon to be an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and I'm no longer in ODM where I was in 2017, because I strongly believe that you cannot purport to be fighting for the interests of the Mwananchi and unite with people who do not fight for the interests of the Mwananchi. I'm currently in Democratic Action Party by Eugene Wamalwa, and the emeritus, all due regard and all respects regard, I'd love to remind you that the Gen Zote conversation is a conversation that started with my party leader, Eugene Wamalwa. And this conversation began sometime last year in August, when I, as a member of Democratic Action Party, organized the Katiba at 14 celebrations at Ufungamano House. I was the chief organizer of the event, and the Gen Zote slogan is one that came from Eugene Wamalwa. And I'm not here to chest thump, because in the opposition, we always say we are for those who are for the people and we are against those who are against the people. Now, Emeritus Chief Justice, one of the things that I have always been inspired by your conversations and your efforts is the move to have more women appointed to legislative and appointive positions in the government, and also appointive and legislative positions. So even at my undergrad at Strathmore University, my dissertation was on two-third gender principle, and my conversation focused mostly in my dissertation on how we can have more women in leadership positions. Right now, if you look at the female governors, the ones who are leading at the forefront, and I'm not talking about the dramatic ones, the ones who are working silently, they're trying to make a change. And for me, I'd hail this conversation about women in leadership to the efforts by the Emeritus Chief Justice to try and implement the Constitution. Now, what I would tell the Emeritus Chief Justice and also the Kenyans listening is that it is more than enough to have one person fighting for the interests of the Mwananchi. We must all come together and fight one person. We are at a 2002 moment where we are all fighting one enemy, where we cannot afford to have different camps coming up and saying we are vying for president, we are vying for president. We must all come under one umbrella and say our enemy is one. For Kibaki to become a president in 2002, people had to come together and say we are fighting one enemy. So Chief Justice Emeritus Maraga, I would love to urge you, let the Gen Z's conversation not just be a conversation held on platforms like Spaces. You are saying you have two Gen Zs who are helping you. Two is not enough. Half of your people who are helping you should be Gen Zs, because I have been in movements where the bigger bulldogs say they are supporting young people to join government. But when they sit at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., when the Gen Zs are asleep and having parties, they consider themselves as the people at the table. I have been in conversations where my name has been on the table to become a CAS during Uhuru's regime. But at 4 a.m. when I'm asleep, my name at the seat is turned around and someone else is given the seat. So I would like to urge the Gen Zs in this conversation, do not be moved by sentiments like, oh, I have 2 Gen Zs supporting me. 2 is not enough. Can we see those 2? Chief Justice Emeritus, who are those 2 young people who are supporting you? Because I tell you, from where I sit, my party leader, Eugene Omalwa, gives me platforms and publicly recognizes me. Do you publicly recognize the Gen Zs who are in your movement? And by the way, in 2024, the finance bill protests were not only led by Gen Zs. Millennials were there, baby boomers were there. So when we reduce the conversation to Gen Zs, we lose the bigger picture where millennials were there, fully there. In fact, millennials were the ones providing technical support to the Gen Zs because the Gen Zs were still younger at the time. At 21, you don't know where to get money to get masks for your people. You don't know where to get money to get water for your people. So let's not reduce these conversations to Gen Zs. Let us have the Gen Zote, as you say, but also give credit where credit is due. The conversation about Gen Zote began with the DAP and Kalonzo's and the
we had it loud and clear, and just try to land. Thank you again. Ruth, can you land? Thank you.
I've landed. Yes, thank you.
Thank you again. Neto, over to you.
Thank you very much, Abdi.
Power searches.
Thank you very much, Abdi. I really think that we've done our very best this evening. And I think one of the things I like from the CJ was what he said about responsible borrowing. And, you know, the current parliament, I think, has failed us in terms of ensuring that the constitutional provisions that have been set with regard to debt have not properly been taken into consideration. So I really think that a proper reset would be one that is thinking through how Parliament takes its role. And I think that he did speak fairly very well. But I think one of the points that I like was the fact that he did insist that, you know, the president must obey the law. Leadership rises and falls from the top. So to the extent that we are able to ensure that the person who takes over as the head of state is one person who then believes in the rule of law. I mean, you remember during the Kibaki days, it was possible for people to start arresting corrupt police. It was simply because Kenyans were seeing that the leadership, the presidency had set the tone, and once the president sets the tone, I think then it's very good for us. But you know, the voter bribing, and I saw some of the people, and I liked when, you know, the CJ spoke about voter bribing and trying to bring a stop to that in terms of, you know, having an electoral process that is very clean, because most Kenyans right now, you see the people who come into office are people who simply, most of them have spent money, bribed the voters, they buy the votes, and you know, you end up with people who for 5 years disappear from you, but then again, they make their money, come back and buy your votes. So I really think if at all we can bring sanity to our electoral process by making sure that we have clean, fair and transparent elections. But by the way, I think one of the things maybe that CJ should consider in his administration, should he become president, really, is to reconfigure the electoral process of Kenya, because I think part of the problems we have is the electoral process of Kenya, where the first past the post, where people vote for political parties or issues that are not ideologically centered. If we went for proportional representation sort of election, I think in Kenya, first, I think we will then be able to tie down in terms of how much voter bribery takes off. But also, number two, I really think it will then be a competition of political parties on the basis of ideology, on the basis of what they stand for, as opposed to who can amass the most tribes. Because if at all you're going to look at tribes as a center, which is what I'm seeing right now, and I'm seeing some invitation that, you know, you must join a few of these tribes as the conglomerate. When will an El Molo become president of Kenya? You know, when will Kisii become president of Kenya, if at all it's about people accumulating their tribes? When will Atugan, for example, become president? So I really think that part of the national reset, if at all the CJ gets to become president, should be one that speaks to what electoral system does Kenya need really? Proportional representation where people vote on the basis of what ideas do you bring on the table as a political party. But lastly, so that I land, and I hope the CJ then, Hilary, I do not know if the CJ has come on, but let me speak lastly on the institution of parliament and the fact that, they approve people not based on meritocracy. I really think if we're going to watch, Kenya, and I've had most of our politicians speaking to the fact that Kenya was the same as the Asian tigers when we got independence. But the story of Kenya and the story of Asian tigers cannot be compared, because if you look at what Lee Kuan Yew did in Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew went out for meritocracy. It was on the basis of who is the best economist, who is the best lawyer, who is the best doctor. But in a country where you have a group of people who you do not know, even the doctors were in charge. The doctors at medical school will tell you they're not the finest in the class. The lawyers were in charge. The lawyers at school will tell you they're not the finest in the class. So I really think Kenya needs to be reset, and we reset Kenya to the level of meritocracy, that public service, public officers need to be persons who have meritocracy as a test, regardless of tribe, regardless of where they come from. That, in my way, will be part of the last things that we do as national reset. But lastly, I really like the fact that the CJ spoke to the fact that his administration would like to have young people work with him. And he also thinks that young people should run for elective office. I really think that young people must support each other in running for elective office. Young people must know that they constitute 75% of the current population of Kenya. Young people must work together with some of the people who are in Gen Zote to ensure that young people become governors, become senators, become members of parliament, because this country is ours and belongs to the young people. Those of you who are below 35 and 35 and below, it's time to team up with the rest of Kenya, to the rest of you to run for elective office. And I'm hoping that the Honorable Chief Justice Maraga puts up a strong team of young aspirants, incredible young people with integrity. I really think there's something that was mentioned, Abdi, that I think we really need to talk about. I think it is possible, yes, to have everyone else come on board, but we must also have leaders coming together on the basis of values, basis of principles. We saw in the last administration, President William Ruto and Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, they came together. After a couple of months, they went against each other because there was no principle, there was no values. I really think, yes, political alliances needs to be forged, political alliances must be worked on, but those political alliances must be based on values. And Article 10 of the Constitution of Kenya really sets up the space. Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya also sets up the space. So if at all Article 10 and Article 79 of the Constitution, 73 to 79 of the Constitution would help us, I really think a coalition based on those national values, those principles of integrity and leadership, I think would be a best place to start. And I really think the Chief Justice, Kenyans are very many who believe in those principles, and I'm sure he should be able to find many of those types to help him work to help and deliver Kenya. I want to land there. Thank you very much, Abdi, and thank you very much, Hilary. And I'm also hoping that the Chief Justice now is back and you can give him a chance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Neto. Very, very valid point, emphasizing that the leaders should be grounded in values and principles, not political rhetoric or tribal arithmetics. But what we must ask ourselves, what values are we prioritizing? How do we hold leaders accountable beyond the rhetoric? How do we ensure that our political culture rewards integrity, service, truth, and loyalty, and not cartels or dynasty? I think these are very valid questions as we form this movement. I'll leave the CJ to take a few questions and then respond to them. We'll take a few questions from the listeners, and then he can come in at once to respond instead of responding once. So I'll give a few listeners 2 minutes for questions, comments, and then to the CJ, and then we can bring him in. There is a question from one of our listeners who is also asking you. There is a growing public speculation pairing you with figures like Senator Omtatah as a possible team for national leadership. Many Kenyans are wondering, have you identified a potential running mate or a political party, or are you still consulting and reaching out to Kenyans before making any formal decision? This is a question coming from somebody in... this is Kim from Dubai. Thank you, Kim. Okay, over to you, Honorable Neto. We can go to Redemptor and then Snooki, Farah, and Wanjiro in that order, 2 minutes, and then we cycle back to the Chief Justice. Thank you. Redemptor, you can hear me?
Sorry, everyone was muted. Sorry, I'm sorry about that.
Dr. Abdi, did you want me to speak or you want
Can you hear me?
to give it to
Sorry,
Redemptor?
everyone was muted.
Everyone was muted. There was an issue, yeah. So thank you, Farah, for letting me know. Yeah, let's go Redemptor to Lisa and then to Farah, 2 minutes, and then we can gather the questions and then take back to the CJ. Thank you.
Okay, finally. Okay, sorry, I was still muted. Thank you very much, Hilary and Abdi and Neto and Dr. Milton, the resident host of this show. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Emeritus CJ for your service. Kenya boasts that we've not been in war. So anybody who's been fighting corruption is a soldier. And we thank you for the service that you have provided, because if you did not take a bribe, then you are a champion for justice. So I thank you for your service. And that brings me to a very quick remark that, like I've said, we say there's no war in Kenya, we can put up with anything, but corruption has gotten to a place where our social fabric is breaking down. Rule of law and law and order is breaking down when you see what happened in Kenya in last year. Now, mine is to say that very quick remark to the older generation. I'm a bit disappointed with the previous speaker who is now fighting about who coined the phrase Gen Zote. Please don't bring that to this space. We saw young people fighting over Kenya ni home. We cannot do that. I think those of us who've been in space like Farah for the longest time know Gen Zote is actually just saying let's accommodate each other. Nobody owns rights to that phrase. That really got me off guard. So I just want to say that my remark is because we are fighting a monster that has been in place for decades. There are only 2 times in the Kenyan history, political history, where the fabric of the system has been shaken to the core. And that was when the Emeritus Chief Justice annulled an election. That had never happened. It only happened in very few countries in the world. And the second time we've seen the shaking of this nation is the Gen Z. And Gen Z, we've been told by Professor Kivuda Kibwana, is a phrase that means a spirit for demanding for change. It's not a generation. So my question to you, Emeritus, my comment to you is that we've seen very senior citizens talking about social media being the problem. And I came across the phrase digital natives. So we are dealing with an old generation that is digital natives. They don't know any other life but to stay connected. And then we have, of course, the analog natives like ourselves. And the problem is not how we are communicating. It's become almost 1,000 ways to die, to call out, to speak truth to power. My question is, you are in a system that is very deep. They call it deep state and deep this and that. And we know corruption fights back. Are you prepared for how determined these people are to hold on to power? They are willing to do anything to remain in power. They will malign your name. They are going to accuse you of things like you are a state-sponsored candidature. Of course, I wish you well in your candidature. Kenya needs a reset for real. And we know with time, it's not too late to figure out who the young people have said, I've had communications, they are waiting. They are waiting. And they have this sense that at the right time, they will know this is the right person. So for me, is to ask, are you willing to go the whole haul? Because it will get messy, it will get nasty, it will get wicked. You know the system, even if you're not part of the system. That's my question. Corruption fights back and it does not fight fair. Asanteni.
Thank you, Redemptor, for your question and your comment. We got to Nyamisa, and then we got to Snoopy, and then Farah, and then we recycle back to the CJ before we go to Wanjiro. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdi. I think mine is not much of a question, but there's an issue that keeps coming up over and over, and I've even seen it in the comments. People are concerned that after the nullification of the elections, no further action was taken, considering the amount of money that was spent in the elections, the repercussions, the number of people who died. and they wanted to know why no other action was taken after the nullification of the elections in terms of people who are responsible for rigging elections getting jailed, for instance. So maybe if the CJ could explain the role of the judiciary regarding such cases and why we didn't end up with a criminal case against the perpetrators.
Thank you, Nyamisa. Farah, the mic is yours. And Snoopy.
Uh,
Okay, then it's Snoopy. Okay, go ahead, Farah.
am I audible?
Loud and clear. 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I have 3 questions. One is why did the CJ object to the Qadi's court having the authority to oversee litigation costs and cases, and what was the logic behind it? And on the same note, I'd like to commend him for the gazettement of 14 Qadi courts during his time. The second question is, does he think he has the capacity and capability to look at this country and its citizens equally, from Lokichar to Loitoktok, Bondo to Lamu, where you change the high potential risk areas and high potential areas and the low potential areas that our government has had for periods of time and has stagnated development in other areas. And the third and the last question to the CJ is, will you go after the odious debt? Because according to various people, we have plundered we do not owe the 11 trillion shillings that is claimed we owe. And in the same question, are you going to go after those who have killed, maimed, and destroyed the lives of those who have done nothing but stand up for right? And my last statement, this is not to the CJ, this is to everybody else. We stand to gain more as a people and as a country when we have people of honor and integrity in office, more than they do personally with the victory. As a people, we have a very huge problem and a very deep, sorry to use this word, but a kink for humiliation and oppression. So, with very little words, we just need to stop looking at ourselves as wananchi and start looking ourselves as wananchi, because you and I will die, but Kenya will not die. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Farah. Thank you for your comment. We take the final comment from Snoopy, and then we cycle back to the CJ. Thank you, Snoopy. The mic is yours.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Maraga, thank you for joining our space tonight. We truly appreciate you giving us the time and guiding us through this process. So my first question is, what are your thoughts about the current IEBC panel, and what can be done to stop the process or to bring order to that process so that it does not lead to an election compromise? And then the second question is, will you at some point, will you join the coalition that's being formed? And when that time comes, what will be your bare minimum request and demands to join? And my third question is, what do you intend to do that is different to grow the economy and to provide the youth with jobs? I know I heard you talking about, the ill of, exporting our skill and our young people abroad, which is obviously shameful. So what is it that you would do different? To provide employment for youth, to improve our skill set, whether it's in the area of manufacturing, what are the things that you're going to bring that would drive value adding, and also in the area of innovation and technology? Then the last question is, do you have what it takes really to recover the loot, whether it's from Moi or Uhuru and Ruto? And are you surely, truly ready to make that a reality when you take over power? I yield.
Thank you, Snoopy. Now we yield back the mic to the Honorable CJ Maraga. The mic is yours. Thank you. Honorable Maraga, you can hear me?
Thank you very much, Mr. Gondi. The first question that was asked was about running mate, and yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you. Did we lose the CJ, Honorable Neto? Honorable CJ, the mic is yours. You can unmute. Actually, you're muted. Honorable Neto, you can hear me?
Abdi, I don't know. I just want to make a quick proposal.
Yeah. Abdi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I think we lost the CJ because he was responding.
Okay. So I mean, let's try and get the CJ back. But I think let's just have him try again. Just call on him to try again. Honorable CJ, can you hear me?
Okay, maybe he can drop and come back then. Meanwhile, we can bring Dr. Milton. Okay, Dr. Milton, go ahead.
I just wanted to suggest that if one of the Gen Zs could help the CJ emeritus with their device, probably. Knowing the system, they are probably interfering with his gadget right now or his device. So we could have one of the Gen Zs to log in into the space with their device, and the CJ could use that. That is just a proposal. And maybe when you get a chance, if we can, I could say something when we have this CJ Honorable Maraga back. I just wanted to state something that we should get from him.
Okay, he's back. He's back.
Let me answer the questions.
Thank you.
We have a little challenges here with the gadgets, but I'm sure you can hear me now.
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Very well. A question was asked about a running mate. Of course, I will have a running mate. We haven't reached that stage. I will have a running mate, and the running mate I will have is one with the same values as the one I have. Farah asked about the social fabric, which has broken down, and the monster, and quite a number of issues that she raised. Yes, we need to deal with the issue of corruption head on. Unless we do that, we will, in my view, we will get into a worse situation than we are at the moment. And I can assure you, if you privilege me to lead this country, I will deal with it head on. You have said that, it goes back to very many years. We will, as I said earlier, we will get the institutions to work. We will get the institutions to work. We will give them the independence and the integrity they require, and demand accountability from them. We demand that they be accountable, and they will have to deal with those cases. Somebody was mentioning whether or not why there was no any further action taken after the 2017 nullification of the elections. Please understand how the courts operate. A court cannot go to the streets and collect evidence and bring somebody to court. The court waits for the state machinery, if it's a criminal case, to arrest somebody, charge him, investigate the case, charge him in court, and tender the evidence. If the court were to go out there and seek to arrest people, it will overstep its mandate, and that is illegal and against the Constitution. So if there are any cases that were, offenses that were committed during the 2017 general election, the problem it did not lie with the judiciary. The problem lay elsewhere for those supposed to investigate criminal cases and deal with them. So that answers that question. Farah, you are asked that I objected to operations of the Kati court. I can't remember doing that. We facilitated the Kati court to perform its duties. If anything, I had challenges. If you know about the Kati courts in Kilimani, which was some people were seeking to shut out, and we stood firm and said no. The Kati courts is still there. So if it is a question of cases that they are supposed to hear, the law is very clear. The jurisdiction is very clear. Matters relating to Islamic law, when the parties are both Muslims, go to the Kati's courts, and they are heard there. So I really didn't understand what you meant by the courts not being. The Kati courts not being allowed to deal with the cases. The capacity to serve all. I can't see how I can go to leadership and serve a group of a group of citizens in this country. The service will be to everyone. Everybody is important. The groups and in some cases, some of those marginalized groups, in fact, those are the people we should even pay more attention to, so that they are also given services. My service will be to everyone, irrespective of his position in society, irrespective of his origin. The law will apply across board to everyone. Yeah, Sinopi, you have talked about the current panel of the IEBC. It has not, come up with the results. There are press reports about issues that people have raised. Let's wait and see what the results they come up with. Then from there is when one can comment and relay back to what has already come to the media. I think let's just wait until we see the results. You asked about the bare minimum that we will demand. The bare minimum is equality before the law, is equality and equity of our resources. Equity should be important so that we don't leave anybody behind. You asked about what we can, what I'm going to do to grow the economy, different from what is being done. By dealing with the corruption, by being firm on the rule of law, investors will come. Investors are very, especially foreign investors, are worried normally in investing in a system where they cannot, for example, enforce their contracts. The same happens with even the local investors. You can't put your money into a business if you know that the person you are doing business with is going to defraud you and nothing happens. So by dealing with corruption, you level the playground for everybody to operate and operate well. We live in the technological world. Technology is here with us. It is important that we use technology to advance our businesses, to carry out our operations. This meeting would have not been there without the technology. So what I'm going to work on is to get the country to facilitate the youths, get internet, get even free internet to the whole country, so that the youths can be able to do businesses online, and those who are coming up with the innovations. In fact, those are the ones we should identify and help, so that we move on to industrialization. So my mind is very clear. Once we get our act together, we need to get everybody on board and move on with the challenges that are there. I think I've answered. Are there any other? The public debt. You have talked about the public debt. There is already a case in court. If you have been following, there is already a case in court about public debt. Honorable Omtatah has filed that case in court. So I mean, let's see the evidence that comes in that case, and deal with the issue as it comes. You know what the law requires. If you are borrowing from foreign external banks, that should be for development, and it should be aligned with projects. So if there is a lapse on that, and that is how corruption siphons out large sums of money, that will be dealt with. So debt should be taken responsibly so that we don't burden our country and everybody and almost come to a standstill when all that you are making or that you are collecting is going to pay public debt.
Thank you, Honorable Maraga. Just an addition to the debt issue, I think allow me to acknowledge Honorable Muite, who says he reminds us that Article 35 and 10 of the Constitution guarantees every Kenyan the right to access to information and demand transparency and accountability in governance. Yet today, on the national matter like loan agreement with China and other lenders are being negotiated in secrecy without public disclosure or participation. So my question still comes again. Based on your experience, can the courts compel the government to fully disclose the details of the loans, including amount, repayment terms, collateral, safeguard against corruptions and kickback? Second, should the public participation be a constitutional prerequisite before any government enters into debt agreements that binds current and future generations? Thank you.
The courts can force the government to do that. The orders will be given. If the government disobeys those orders, that's when we take it from there, because the government is supposed to obey the law. And as I said, if we are dealing with the issues of national debt or any other issue, the government should be the first one to obey the law and uphold the Constitution. I agree entirely with Honorable Muite that the Constitution allows us to demand the details of public debt, and I believe the petition in court that Honorable Omtatah has filed was one of many prayers seeking that. We wanted to see how the government will react when the orders are made against it. Then you will know what is happening. There are times when we saw people, I mean, questions asked about the debt, and the promises were made, but they were not honored. But this time round with the court order, I'm sure they will obey. If they don't obey, we will take the matter from there.
Thank you. And before finally we cycle back, there is another more question. Given the rising trend of the executive overreach and institutional capture, do you believe the Kenyan judiciary today has the courage and the independence to check the power the way you did it in 2017, or it has been completely subdued? I think also Orengo is asking, interfering with the IBC selection process to install a friendly commission. Unless the IBC team is given full investment, there will be no free and fair election. That was the final question, and then we cycle back to our listeners. Thank you.
About the judiciary, I don't want to speak for others. You are there to observe what is happening, and you know, when you talk about the judiciary, don't lump together everyone. Talk about there are some judges who have given very progressive orders, and depending on the cases that are taken before them. So I don't want to say I did better or what. That is not for me to say. It is for the public to say. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So we bring in Dr. Milton, then Wanjiru for 2 minutes, and then we go to Ronyo and Evans and Dolphin before we bring the next speakers. Honorable Neto, let me know if you want to continue and if you want to add anything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Abdi.
Go ahead, Honorable Neto.
Thank you very much, Abdi. I'd really like to ensure that we give the speakers a bit more time to speak, but I really just like to buttress two things. The first one is on the issue, on the question of jobs and employment, which I think was raised by a participant there. And I really think I'd like to request the Chief Justice to consider, in his administration and whoever is going to be working with in the future, to the issue of youth unemployment is one of the reasons why young people went to the streets. Many Kenyans right now are qualified, are skilled, yet out of job. So it's something that we really like to request that his administration does do consider, and also to look for more progressive ways. The other issue that I think has come out, and I think has been raised by someone else, in terms of how to do development across the entire country. There are some parts of the country that have been left for the longest. You will not access certain areas. Certain parts of Kenya are overdeveloped, while some others are very underdeveloped. Yet all parts of Kenya, if they were equally developed, they would help spur economic growth, they'd create jobs, and will also give us the sort of dignity that we're looking for in terms of a country. The injustices, social injustices, if you look at the Kenyans living in informal settlements across the country, the sanitation, the healthcare, the lack of basic social welfare issues, I think the CJ and team really need to ensure that he works comprehensively on social justice and the inequality issues that Kenya is currently plagued with. But lastly, the one on debt. I think I'm sure he's going to speak more broadly on the issue of ODS debt, but also what Honorable Muita just said on Article 35 with regard to access to information with regard to debt, who took money on our behalf, and what was the money meant for, and what was the role of Parliament, to what extent and levels did Parliament downplay its role, because Parliament is supposed to be overseeing the debt issues. Public debt is supposed to be preserved, the control is supposed to be preserved with the Parliament, but they've lowered their guard. This is why I think the clarion call, and the reason why for us at the United Government Party, why part of the reasons we are happy to associate with the Chief Justice is because if we had constitutionalism and rule of law, that if access to information could be given the premise that it deserves, that parliamentarians would then be respecting the space of the public debt, constitutionalism and rule of law would really, really be part of the national reset that Kenyans really need to demand for. And I really think that's why for us as United Government Party, we are happy to associate with this particular subject today, but also to associate with the chief speaker for today. Thank you very much, Abdi, and I'm happy for you to give to other speakers. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Neto. Dr. Milton, the mic is yours.
Thank you. Mine, I think, is something I would want to get the thoughts of the CJ Maraga emeritus. The question that many people would be asking is that we have had, previous candidates in the history of our country who come and speak with as much eloquence as you do, but the question that lingers in my mind, and I would want you to speak to and correct me if I'm wrong, is that what we've lacked is we've not had people who are known to stand for anything, who are known to believe in anything. We have a crop of people that have pretended their way to leadership positions. And from your demeanor as a judge, from the from the High Court to the Court of Appeal and to the Supreme Court, I do believe that you have represented certain values in certain positions. So what would you say is your stand? Do you stand for anything that the country needs going by your position on your religious views when in 2017 you presided over the presidential election results petition, and you've been very clear that you would not do certain things merely to please the people. You made the famous courageous act of nullifying the presidential elections. You have spoken about how certain people have attempted to reach out to you with for certain considerations, which you have clearly stated that you have never been corrupted. Lawyer, former president of the Law Society of Kenya, has come out to say that you are the person that the country needs. I'm talking about Nelson Harvey. What is it that you stand for that Kenyans must know, and upon which premise they can trust you when making you their sixth president?
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Milton. So I think I'll bring the next set of speakers, that is Wanjiru, Ronyo, Evans, and Dolphin, and then we cycle back to the CJ. Meanwhile, I'll just read a few online comments. There is Edwin H. Dande, who says at Dr. Maraga, CJ, you need to go beyond the digital wonking and hit the ground running. You can't be reluctant candidate. Step out, get out. That's what Dande says. And then we have, how do you want to bring our money stashed abroad to Kenya? Secondly, will you charge your predecessor for crimes committed where they are in the office? That is Calmary. Thank you for your comment. Ruther Bongo, why don't you want to know who identifies with Gen Z? And then we have Catalyst who say, in the midst of all the noise, there is hope. Thank you. Please keep sending your online comments and we'll be reading them out to you. Thank you. The mic is yours, Wanjiru.
Thank you so much, Abdi and Hilary as well. My question is simple. I just want to ask, I have 3 questions, but I'll put them very fast. My first question is, CJ Maraga running for president? And if he's running, can he maybe tell us how, when, and how we can help him? And the other question would be, we have seen a lot of international relations, being destroyed by one person, Ruto. How is he coping forward? The Sudan issue, the Congo issue, every other issue ahead, the Haiti issue. How is he going to actually help with our diplomatic ties? Because I've been someone who have been very vocal with diplomatic ties. And also on the other, third issue, I'm just keeping it very short, would be how would CJ Maraga help the diasporian if he's to run for president? How would the diasporian's role be in his regime? And how would he help? We can see, with the current president, with Ruto, we have seen the diasporian being sidelined. Our voices are not heard. We have had a lot of challenges. So how would the diasporian help in his government if he is to run for president? So the main question is he going to run for president? Is he on with Omtatah? I've seen Mama with Matiangi, Malaga. Is he running on that position? So I am not quite sure on where he stands with. That's my question for now, Abdi and Hilary. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanjiru. Thank you. Very important foreign relations. Ronya, the mic is yours.
Thanks so much, Abdi and Hilary. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear loud and clear. 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the CJ for being here. So my question, and which have been asked by so many others, but I will just try to go into that question again. The audience debts. We know that the mostly all the collection and every as per the constitution, and I stand corrected if I'm wrong, that every collection and every money that comes into the government has to go through the consolidated fund. But we have heard through the Auditor General saying that a lot of cash that is coming into the government are not going through the consolidated fund. So those people who have been doing that, will the CJ assure us that our money, which is our taxes, and those people who have looted our cash, that they are going to be brought to book And another question I would want to get I would want to get I would want to also the CJ to tell us, because I think that we have we have so many counties. We have 47 counties, 47 governors, 47 deputy governors, 47 speaker. This is a huge burden to the taxpayers. So will the CJ probably recommend reducing these counties so that we can be able to help and also save and bring this cash to doing development to other areas? Thank you so much, Abdi.
Thank you. Who was next on the line? That was Evans. Go ahead, the mic is yours, Onyango.
Thank you, Abdi, and to the CJ. My question to you is the issues of land in this country, land injustices. You know, we cannot talk about moving forward as a country if we cannot address the issues of land. So my question to you is, the people who have stolen our land since the time of independence, you know, we are now resetting the country. Are you going to help us take this land from these people and, you know, give it back to whatever authorities that is necessary? That is one. And my second question is, we have a group of young, there are a lot of young people who are vying in the forthcoming elections, and they want to support someone who will stand for true and proper governance. Our only concern with your candidacy, Mr. David Maraga, is that kwa ground watu wana complain you are not visible. So is there any plan to include maybe the people on the ground, and is there any help that you may want us to to give you, even if it means from your campaigns, your contributions, because the race is tight, but we'd want to know that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and questions. So we'll take two more speakers before we cycle back to the CJ. David Ogega, the mic is yours, and then Linus after, and then we go back to the CJ. Thank you.
Yes. Good morning, good evening, whatever you guys are. I don't know. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Beautiful. Thank you. So, like you said, my name's David Ogega. I'm based out of Atlanta, Georgia. So we run an organization here. It's called the Association of Kenyan Diaspora Organizations, that we help bring our communities together. I say that as a segue to say that the diaspora has really been yearning so much for a change in our country. And I'm just one of those that is extremely, extremely excited at the decision by the CJ to run for office, to run for president. I cannot express how exciting it is to have somebody who's an upright, upstanding, no blemish on this man that is running to bring about change in our country. And obviously, this is the beginning. I've been listening all along, and some of the questions that are being asked of him, obviously, he's going to have to answer to those. But I also want to remind you that this man is not necessarily a politician, and that's what our country needs at this point in time in our country. So mine is just to say that we look forward to supporting the CJ. I'm honored that I'm part of being part of the network of those that are building the infrastructure to make this happen. The man is fearless, he's upright, and he has done all he can. He might not have all the questions that we're looking for right now. I'm just happy that we're raising those questions now. What I want to comment a couple of things, for example, just to aid, and for those of you listening to think along those lines, obviously is the economy, right? We're way behind. We need to figure out a way to dig ourselves out of the hole that we're in. And I am sure that the CJ would facilitate or make that happen. I mean, I'm not speaking for him, he will. But there are multiple ways that we as his supporters can really help, especially, for example, here in the diaspora. As you all know, the country, America, for example, is changing, divesting from China. This has been happening since the COVID pandemic. But what that means is that there are opportunities for countries like Kenya, to really invigorate themselves into the system so that we can start bringing those businesses to Kenya, right? So those are the things that we believe that with our proper leadership in the CJ, once he gets to office, we can help that happen. In terms, somebody asked, how do we then recover what has been stolen? The CJ has said it's the rule of law. If the rule of law is in place and is being applied fairly and equally to everyone, then everybody on the things that have been taken from us, I don't think he will have an issue helping us bring those back, or himself leading that process. We need restitution, right? We need seizures and forfeitures of those assets that have been stolen from us. If we put this man in office, I don't think he will have any issue making that happen, so that we can get this country back on track to where it needs to be. So I'm just saying this to encourage as many of us that are here to also spread the message. We need to build this infrastructure. The CJ Maraga 2027 effort for president, it needs our support. Hoping that, you're asking whether it'll be on the floor, it'll be more visible. I mean, I can't answer for that. He will answer for that. But we have a role to play to make that happen.
Thank
you in this diaspora, please help us make this happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David, for your submission. Linus, 2 minutes, and then we get back to the CJ.
Thank you so much, Abdi. One, allow me to also echo and identify myself with the sentiments of the previous speakers. And I would also like to congratulate the CJ Emeritus for a job well done in public service. I had some questions, but I don't want to sound like a broken record to repeat what has been asked. But majorly what I wanted to point out is that we've said times without number on this platform that this country does not need any new laws. This country doesn't need any new strategic plans. This country has enough policies to move forward and to jumpstart itself. And I identify myself and I applaud fully what the CJ Emeritus has spoken of in his introduction, when he stated three fundamental things that can jumpstart this country and restart it to give it a fresh breath. The three are the constitutionalism, the institutional integrity, and economy. And I like that he placed them in that order. Now, the clarification that I would like to get from the CJ Emeritus are majorly two. He talked of budgeted corruption. And a clear example is on the debt issue that has been spoken of quite eloquently. And the other bit is on the wage bill. Because we get that the budget 2024-2025 of this country stood at 3.9 trillion shillings. Of these 3.9 trillion shillings, you get that only about 400 million comes down to the 47 counties. The other 3.6, I'm fully aware that domestically we cannot finance the budget, but I believe we can if we eliminate corruption. The other almost 3-point-something trillion remains with the national government. And that's why you see the capture of the National Assembly. And that's why every place, every gathering that the president goes, the members of the National Assembly and the political class, theirs is to beg for goodies from the executive because they know the money is there. They know the money is lying idle there. I wanted the CJ Emeritus to make clarification on 2 points. Number one is it's becoming a norm that in this country, people steal. Corruption is just stealing. It's just a different word. People steal and then people move on. What exactly or what measures will you put in place to ensure that this comes to an end? Because if you have a society where the political class can steal as much as they want, fully aware that nothing will be done to them, and I like the mantra that he brought, the Utadu mantra. How will we eliminate this Utadu mantra? Lastly, is corruption. The justice system has got many players, including the judiciary, which is independent. My question is, how will the CJ deal with corruption in the judiciary?
Okay, did we lose Linus?
I think we lost him.
Okay. So we get back to the CJ, and there is one question that is always coming back from our viewers. I want to ask Justice Maraga. Lawyers Willie Otieno argues that Kenyans are constitutionally entitled to election on the second Tuesday of August 2026 of the fifth year. Do you agree? And would any attempt to delay that amount to an illegal extension of power and betrayal of the Constitution? This is a question that has been coming. Now I yield the mic to Honorable CJ. Neto, take over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gondi. Dr. Milton, you asked whether what I stand for. I want to thank you because you expressed your views about what I have done. Fellow Kenyans, I am a Christian and I make no apologies about that. In my faith and my reading of the Bible is that we should be honest people. We should be honest people. And being honest is being honest even when nobody's watching. That's my view. And I stand for that. And when I stand for that, my conviction is that I should not take anything from anybody which does not belong to me, including the state. You know, when you are taking money from the state, and somebody dies of malaria, as far as I'm concerned, you're a murderer. Somebody who would have had, drugs and treated and they dies, you're a murderer. Let's call a fact a fact. Let's call, a spade a spade. So what I stand for is, and that's my conviction, I am not a perfect man. I have never claimed to be a perfect man. But what I stand for is that I should be honest with the people I deal with, including everybody, even with my own children and everybody I deal with. So that's what I stand for. Quite a number of you have asked why I should not step out. Dan, thank you for the question. Why have I not stepped out? There's a lot of time. Not that I'm waiting for time. There are a few things that are being done. By not stepping out and going to meet the people, I'm in town halls, and I started. I hit the ground running quite a while ago. There is a lot of work to be done, even paperwork. So we are not just sitting idle. We are moving. Like next week, I have programs where I'm going to meet some people, and you will see. In fact, some of them are even from tomorrow. So we are moving on, and in due course, you will see me all over the country, and talking to people. Dan, you also asked about bringing back our money. One thing I want to remind everybody is that there is no limitation period for crimes. When we get to the office, it's a question of, audio state has been talked a lot. We will get the system to look through that and deal with those who have stolen public money. All that we need to do is get the records. As I said, we need to have competent people manning institutions. So we need to have investigators. One thing I am going to do is to ensure that we have qualified investigators who are going to investigate cases. If it is crimes, they are going to investigate crimes and deal with those who are found to have violated the law. On economic crimes, Kenya, we have very, very competent people. And in fact, as a matter of fact, my view is that you give them the freedom and the trust that you trust them, demand from them accountability. And they will do it. They will do it. But when you give them mixed signals, they don't know what you are going to do. They don't know whether if you are getting all of Njoroge or Nyakundi, how you are going to react. But if you give them the freedom, if you give the investigators, and I'm talking about even the EACC investigators, for example, tell them, yeah, here is a case, or you have even found it out yourself, investigate it, and say why we can't take action against those who have committed crimes. So we are going to follow those who have committed crimes, and the law will take its course. I will, on my part, facilitate the investigative agencies and make sure that they do their work as they are supposed to do. You have talked about, Wanjiru, you talked about international relations. A very pertinent issue. It is extremely important that as a nation, our diplomatic relations with other nations should be a very serious issue that we should take into account. We should not create chaos in another country. We are not supposed to create any chaos in another country. In fact, as a matter of fact, Kenya has been a mediator and has done very well in the past. We should get back to that position where the Kenyan opinion is believed. And I mean, as you know, when you are dealing with international relations, the first and the foremost factor that you have got to take into account is the interest of our nation, not individuals, the interest of the country. So if you get somebody using his position to perhaps enrich himself and at the expense of the state, that one we will stop. We can't have that. It will be stopped. Those people in the diaspora, the question I think was whether or not we care about them. You have already had one of them talking from there. In fact, I am in communication with quite a number of them. Issues that they have raised, we are going to address. And remember, they are voters like everybody else here. Besides being voters, they are Kenyans and they are entitled to protection of the law of their country and facilitated to be able to operate. As a matter of fact, you know, the remittance from our brothers and sisters in the diaspora goes a long way to give us foreign exchange. That's a constituency we should support, and so that when they do well, the country does quite well. Ronyo, you said whether some money is not going through the consolidated fund. I have been told about that. We have had even reports that sometimes money is carried in bags from banks, including central bank. You know what that means. We will go into that, investigate, and take action against those people. Those are the saboteurs of our economy. Those are the saboteurs of our economy. And if we cannot rein in such practices, we will grind the country into a halt. You get people, who have looted the economy. They come around here and they look at you as though you are a beggar, or even if you are a beggar, you are a human being. There is one diplomat who said once they have taken all that money, they come puking on our shoes. We will deal with those people firmly. I can assure you, Kenyans, trust me, I will deal with those firmly. I thank God for the fact that fear when I know I'm doing the right thing is something that doesn't bother me. It's something that doesn't bother me. I don't want it to go just thumping. You know what I have done in the past. I was abused. I was harassed. But by God's grace, I stood firm, and I think that's why I'm here. If I hadn't stood firm, I would not be here. With the position of head of state given to me, I will exercise the powers of that office for the good of the Kenyan people. I will exercise the powers of that office firmly for the good of the people of Kenya. If I don't, I will be lying to the Kenyans. If I don't exercise those powers as I'm supposed to, of course fairly, through due process, I would be lying to Kenyans. And I've said I don't want to lie to Kenyans. Evan Sonyango, you have talked about land injustices, land taken, which people have taken. Somebody was telling me that in the recent times, land from universities, prisons, and others have been grabbed. I want to give public notice. If you are being sold land which has been taken from our institutions, take care. You are not going to have that land. If we take all the land from the universities, are we going to close? Are we not going to expand? How are the universities going to run? If we take land from institutions that require even more land, what are you telling Kenyans? The notice is given. Notice is hereby given, as the lawyers, as we lawyers say, to those who are going to be involved in a land which has been grabbed from the state. That land will be restored to the institutions. So I want to assure Kenyans that I will be firm. I will be firm, and I will deal with the issues very, very firmly for the good of the country. Everybody, every Kenyan matters. Every Kenyan matters, and they should be given equal treatment before the law, and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
There is one question about the counties.
Yes.
Devolution is something that we have had for a long time. The challenges of corruption are not limited to the central government. They are there even in the county government. The solution, in my view, is not to go condemning devolution. Devolution has done a lot in some areas. A few, where the governors have done a good job. So the problem is not having the many counties. The problem is accountability. The problem is sometimes even funding from the central government. How much money is being dispersed from the central government to the counties? How regular is the disbursement? You can't cripple institutions. You can't cripple county governments by not remitting to them funds they are entitled to, and then you turn around and begin blaming them. That is not the right thing to do. A system should be put in place where enough funding is given to the county governments, and then demand accountability. The Auditor General to do her work. If there is embezzlement at the county level, it is not any different from that in the central government, and action should be taken firmly to get those who have embezzled funds. That's what I would say about the devolution. I don't think anybody should talk about abolishing the devolution. We should strengthen it, but hold everybody accountable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CJ Maraga, for that and answering the question correctly and accordingly, according to, I think, people's expectation. And we want to appreciate everybody who was on board. As Pressure Point, we are here every Sunday and we are making this conversation. I see so many requests. If you have a question, please write them down there. CJ, I know you have around 18 minutes to go, but I want to give the last lot. Then you answer those questions. Then you give a final remarks on the same, and then we'll give our final remarks as Pressure Point team. I want to start with. I saw Rosia, it dropped, but let's start with Steve Omenya. Please, the thing is, when you have a mic, it's just about a questions. Just ask the questions because our main speaker today is CJ David Maraga, and we want him to ask to answer the question. So I think our comments. We are here every Sunday. Every Sunday we're here, so we can do that. So Steve Omenya, you can go ahead and check your noise. You have a lot of noise. We can't hear you. Then you'll be followed by Dr. Mofo. Then I'll give you the rest. Steve, go ahead.
Thank you, everyone, and thanks for the CJ Emeritus for the presentation you've given us and the way you've answered our questions.
Come closer to the mic, Steve.
Yes, I hope you can hear me better now.
Yes.
Yes. So I just wanted to ask, maybe in the interest of time, right now, Kenyans are looking to learn about what exactly you will do when you become president. You know, we have many people saying they want to become president, but the main concern is that people just want to become the president for the sake of it, maybe for their own self-benefit. What is that one thing, CJ Emeritus, that you want to achieve in your presidency? By the end of your 5 or 10 year, hopefully 10-year tenure, what is the one thing that you want to have achieved as president of Kenya?
Thank you, Steve. Dr. Mofo, go ahead.
Thank you, Hillary, and thank you, CJ Emeritus. I'll go straight to my questions. CJ, you are known to lack that ruthless sting. You are merciful. How do you look at your ability to handle the systemic problem that we suffer? Because we cannot allow to have people violate the Constitution, then we honor them at their death, where we troop in millions to see them, and we forget what happens in the past. Are you ready to hold everybody who has rendered this country economically liable? Number two, the Kiamba church ruling. You gave an open verdict against the people who perpetrated those atrocities. How does that lie in the eyes of the people who suffered? Number three, land. We have the issue of Western Hotel. Why has it not been acquired by the government? Why has the judiciary not categorically called for the land to be repossessed? The other thing I needed to speak about is I'm passionate about the police reforms. You chaired the task force that came up with several recommendations, about 600 of them. You failed to hold people at the top leadership accountable. Why? The other one is you did that, you held that task force, knowing very well there were constitutional challenges. It was ruled to be unconstitutional. How do we go forward? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Pastor Mocha, pick it up.
Thank you so much, Hillary, for this opportunity. As a pastor, I'm coming from a perspective of religious liberty. You're known as someone who is very deeply religious. And as we see from the current government, it's more like there's this so much unity between religion and state. In fact, when they were being sworn in, it looked like a church service. The question that I'm asking, knowing that how faithful you are to your God, how are you going to separate your religion and your state and the duties that you're doing so that everyone who is not a Christian or does not hold the same beliefs as you will know that you actually care for them and and you're not biased in any way. So how do you plan to handle the issues of religion and state?
Thank you so much, mchungaji. Ubarikiwe sana. Tomboya, then Maura.
Well, thank you, Hilary. I hope I'm audible. Kindly confirm.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. I have one question for Emeritus CJ. Largely in Kenya and in Africa, many people are getting to be aware of the root cause of the problems we are facing as a country or as a continent. When we look at Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso, many of us admire him. And a person like me, like a situation whereby when we have a president, that president is able to consider that our natural resources are helping us as a priority. Also making sure that our raw materials are used to process products within our country through industrialization, and making sure that we sell our products as finished goods. What is your opinion, and how are you able to work as a president to minimize or to reduce foreign interference, to make sure that there is a bilateral engagement, not necessarily a unilateral engagement with the West? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tomboya. Maura, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I hope I'm audible. Yeah, thank you,
Nakusikia.
CJ. Yeah, thank you, CJ Emitas, for taking time to have us. I have 3 questions and I go very straight to them. Number one, if in case you become the president, if God helps you become the president, how are you going? How will your regime deal with making Kenya a conducive environment for investment? And when I talk of that, I talk of in particular agriculture and manufacturing. And if you see these two sections, agriculture and manufacturing, have been brought their knees by the cartels that have corrupted them, and in corrupting them, they import duty-free sugar, rice, and you name it, duty-free, thereby making millions, billions at the expense of suffering of our people, our farmers and everything, because this is where jobs are going to be found, agriculture and in manufacturing. How are you going to deal with those cartels that have brought these two sectors to their knees? The second question is this. We have a lot of pending bills. Now they are running to almost 1 trillion. And these pending bills are owed mostly to small and medium enterprises. And I'm talking from my over 20 years experience in the first world spaces, whereby small and medium enterprises are the ones that are the main drivers of the economy of many countries. You talk it, Germany, USA, and wherever. How are you going to, your regime going to go about it to see that when the county government and national government are supplied by goods, by businessmen, by enterprises, they are paid promptly within 60 days, you enact such a law, and if that one is not done, those responsible should be held accountable and taken to court. The last and the final question is this. We know that the Auditor General, when he or she gives the report, it goes to Parliament a wrong way. It takes a lot of time in the Parliament, and those MPs are not even professionals. And yet here these officers from the Auditor General's office are professionals. Are you willing to enact a law which will clearly state that when the Auditor General submits the report, his or her report, it goes to the DPP, and these people fight their way in court, because these reports, when they got one, they take years before they are discussed and they are debated, governors are called, and are a very long time. So are you willing to enact a law that when the Auditor General clears with these reports, it goes to the DPP, and these people are held accountable immediately? Because corruption is what has cost this country a lot of money. And I think if there's such a role, governors and other people in the national and county government will be afraid to steal taxpayers' money. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Enoch, then Western. I hear what you're saying. I know you're a businessman in Akusumbua. Enoch.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I had 2 questions and one has been asked, so I'm asking the other question. I wish you well in this contest. My question is this one. What are the mistakes which you have identified in the current regime and in the previous regimes, which you think you will address first once you win the presidency? Like in point for maybe 3 or 4 or 5, which are urgent, like you must action on once you become president. The mistakes that they have done and you feel like you will correct them once you're in office. That's my question.
Thank you so much, Enoch. Welcome, my brother. How are you doing today?
I'm okay, Hillary. How are you?
I'm good. I see you have a lot of questions. Ask them.
No, let me see whether there are many. Greetings to everyone and greetings to CJ. CJ, what is anticipatory bail? Because I only hear about this thing in connection with the elite, especially politicians. They have gone to court, they have obtained something called anticipatory bail so that the police do not arrest them, do not carry out investigations against them. I never hear of this particular phrase in reference to ordinary citizens, that an ordinary citizen has gone to a judge and the judge has given them this thing called anticipatory bail, and therefore the police cannot arrest them. Do we have two sets of laws in Kenya, CJ? If yes, why? And what did you do when you were CJ to dismantle this seemingly two sets of laws? Secondly, CJ, after the Supreme Court that you headed annulled elections in 2017, and you ordered that fresh elections be held in accordance with the applicable laws and the Constitution, the political elite at that time did not heed your advice, but you went ahead and participated in those fresh elections and voted. Why? Such that Uhuru Kenyatta at that time ended up winning with some very ridiculous percentage that you only find in fascist and autocratic political systems. CJ, why did you participate in those elections and yet the political elite did not heed your advice, especially those who were in power at that time? Thank you so much.
Thank you. CJ, I want you, before you come in, I see Japunya and Morara came. Morara, Japunya, you can ask a question, and then Morara, you can ask a question. Thank you guys for joining, and then we give it to...
Thank you so much, Hilary. Thank you, CJ. My question is very simple and straightforward. CJ, what would be your first executive order, first day in office? What will be your executive order? Thanks. That's all.
Thank you so much, Jeff. And thank you so much, guys. We usually say that follow each other for us to make this conversation, because we are looking way forward. And I know, CJ, you picky ponky with that really Sutieno. Usually argue that the election should be held the next year, but Kenyans knows that it's 2027. That those are the things that I see many people are still asking here in box. But I know you'll answer that. Yeah, Morar, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Yeah, happy to see you, man. You have something to ask CJ at this moment?
Yes. Probably one of the first issues that I need to raise is that, so that it forms a background for my question, is that you can see the corrupt government is doing what it always does. And Kenyans who are desperate for hope are now falling back to the corrupt opposition as a replacement for the corrupt government, meaning it's garbage in, garbage out. It is a replacement of the same old thieves. I've been at the forefront of trying to shape a new conversation that we should get rid of the corrupt government and also the corrupt opposition to give way for new, fresh leadership. From the onset, Your Excellency Maraga, I just want to assure you that as a person who is planning to run for president myself and who has registered a party, I'm willing to negotiate and sit down and even set aside my ambition if we are able to agree on certain fundamentals and if we are able to be serious about our intentions to campaign. Personally, I've been on the ground. I've seen how politics runs on the ground, and I can say a thing or two about what we need. However, I'm disappointed from you and your team. We were intending to have a meeting with you. We passed on that request to meet with you. you rejected that meeting,
Oh,
so you are
Morara,
not able to meet.
I think that is personal. That is
That is
personal.
serious because then
Yeah,
it means we
get me,
cannot
get me.
plan
Wait,
politics
wait, Morara,
together.
wait. You know, we will not be here to argue. That is for sure. I want to say that. The thing is, when you were invited, CJ, I think this is not the platform to ask him that because that is your personal invite, and we didn't know. You
See,
didn't tell us.
if we
Wait,
cannot plan together, then we cannot do
no.
politics
Get
together, and we
Morara.
cannot form a united
These are the
front.
problem with us sometimes.
So if you can be available for us to plan together this politics, then
Morara, stop complaining, please. You hijacked, you had your own space. Sorry to take over. You had your own space at the very time that we were having this space. And now you've gotten the mic, and the first thing you're doing is sanctifying yourself. Please respect.
No worries, Snoopy. Don't worry about that. Just relax. Don't worry about emotions. Yeah, I think, guys, we usually say that we are talking about debate issues. We are not talking on personal things. And we are not here to joke. You know, at the Pressure Point team, we are very much focused on the things. When you invite somebody and you don't come to our platform and say that because that is your personal. You didn't involve the Pressure Point team to do that. And we cannot discuss your issues. We discuss Kenyans' issues. I think that's the way to go, and that's what we usually maintain in this our platform. So when you come here saying the personal issues and everything, it doesn't make sense and doesn't make you a leader. A leader knows how to make his points going forward. Okay, Abdi, you can read some things there. Then we give CJ to give his final the answers of those questions as he give his final remarks because I know his time is so much fast spent. Abdi. Abdi, we can't hear you, or I'm the one who cannot hear him. Can you email Mheshimiwa Neto?
Hear him.
No, Abdi, we can't
Abdi.
hear you, so it's okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yes. So I was just saying, joining hands with all progressive forces and working together, we can reshape our politics in tool for justice, dignity, and inclusive. Before now, I will just read a few comments and then we can go ahead. The question is coming that it says, Honorable Maraga, you have become a symbol of constitutional fidelity, but now you step into politics, a space full of betrayal and compromise. What will you do when the constitutionalism clashes with political survival? Can people trust that you'll protect the judiciary from capture, even if it rules against your government? If elected, will you support judicial and other arms of government independence, including budget autonomy and security of tenure? Then there is other few questions coming from you need to go beyond this digital working. We read that. Having trouble logging in back. Okay. Roseko says, if you're elected president, what important changes would you make to the constitution or how the government works, and how will you make sure these changes happen, even if some leaders resist them? Still, Ross is asking, how will your presidency address the deep-rooted issues of corruption, judicial independence, institutional accountability across all arms of government? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abdi. As Honorable Maraga, you can pick it up. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gondi. Quite a number of questions here. I want to start with Steve Amenya. First of all, Amenya, thank you very much for the good work you are doing. One thing you asked me, what one thing I would achieve if I was only given a chance to achieve one thing, is to get everybody to obey the law. I'll make, we will make crime so painful that people will respect the law. What do I mean by making it painful? We will ensure that proper investigations are carried out so that when somebody is taken to court, there is evidence for conviction. And I say this with a lot of assurance. I was in the police task force reform, And I met with quite a number of very, very intelligent policemen whom, if given an opportunity and trained properly, they will do a wonderful job. That I can assure you, and that is the first thing I'll get those people even retrained to deal with crime family, so that anybody committing a crime knows that he will be found. For example, you have a matter committed in other countries, it can take even 10 years, and that fellow will be brought to book. That's what I will endeavor to do. I will get our police facilitated and trained so that their investigations are thorough, and we get the culprits behind the bars. Dr. Moko, you said I'm merciful. I don't understand what you meant. I mean, being merciful does not mean that I can't have justice done. When you are merciful, am I going to be merciful to a criminal who has defrauded the country? Is that mercy? That is the direction of one's duty. I mean, you can't be merciful if you are being fair. You should actually think about the victims, and in this case, it is the victims of our people who are suffering injustices as a result of some rich fellows. I mean, we will deal with the people family. You asked about the Kiamba decision. You know how the courts work. If a court convicts somebody without evidence, that judge will actually be thrown out. That's incompetence. The law is clear that you cannot convict without evidence. And the role of the judge or magistrate is not for him to go and investigate. The investigations are done by the police. If there is a lapse in the investigations, that the person to be called upon is not the court, it is the investigators. And those are among the things that I will deal with. Having been in court and having seen cases where people have gone scot-free and yet they have committed offenses, and you know it is as a result of improper investigations, that's where we are going to ensure. I will ensure that the DPP does its work properly. The investigators carry out investigations properly, so that people are brought to court. So I would ask you to please go and read my judgment in the Kiamba case once again, and you will see why those people were acquitted. Western Hotel. I think this matter has been there, and courts have. I can't remember whether courts gave decisions on that. And in any case, what I want you to understand, Dr. Moko. The court can see that something has not been done here, but the court will not, overstep its mandate and go to the other side. I have always said that constitutional power is restrained power, is constrained power. The president has what to work within the confines of the powers given to him. If he oversteps, the judiciary and the parliament are supposed to call him out. And the same is the case with the courts. The courts cannot go, for example, and because people have said there is a problem with Western Hotel. It's not only Western Hotel. Within anybody else where there is injustice, parties have got to move the court so that the court can deal with the case. Somebody asked about I don't know if it's Dr. Movo who asked about my involvement in the police reform. I was appointed to chair the reform. I know, and I have read the judgment that has been rendered. You make a mistake, and I saw that the mistake is there even with from the media outlets. The court did not declare the entire process unconstitutional. The court only declared one aspect of police welfare and the terms of employment. If you read the judgment, you will see that the task force used up the powers of the Police Service Commission, National Police Service Commission. You need to read our report, and you will see that we didn't overstep. The law gives the commission powers to execute the task force did not overstep that. And in any case, since the matter is in court, I just want to leave it at that. But I wanted to tell you that you need to read the report. You need to see the several recommendations we made there, and some of them have already been implemented, and the police are happy. As far as I'm concerned, we did what we were required to do, and we did not act unconstitutionally. That will be dealt with by the Court of Appeal. You said that we didn't take action against senior police officers. Please read the report again. We even sent home, recommended the sending home of the Police Service Commission because it failed to do what it was supposed to do. So look at the report so that you get the whole picture of what we did in that commission. Pastor Mocha, thank you for the question, which hinges on religious liberty. The Constitution allows everybody to worship in the manner of relating to his own conscience, and that freedom is studiously upheld, and there is nobody under the state, not even the state, can dictate on how somebody should exercise his religious liberty. God has given the freedom to people to worship Him according to the dictates of their conscience. But of course, for the Christians, the dictates must be guided by what is in the Bible. And the other religions, I believe, they also have their sacred writings which they follow. So religious liberty is something which would be guaranteed, which is guaranteed, and there is no way we can stumble on that one. Tom, you talked about our natural resources, and we are not doing. We are just sending out raw materials to other countries. There is a lot of dynamics in this. I came to learn. There's a lot of dynamics in that. For example, the issue of is it tea? The Kenyan tea is very good tea, and it is not sold in the final form out there. It is used for blending in most cases. There are dynamics there, but if you go to the tea industry and talk to those people who are involved, they will tell you the challenges of not getting the Kenyan tea sold in its final form out there. But this is something which the industry is looking at. I would find details about that and what we can do. I agree entirely with you that we lose a lot by not having value added. And this is where we will get the business community, those who are involved in manufacturing manufacturing goods. We will discuss with them and facilitate them. You asked about what we are going to do with the business community so that they can do their businesses. We know as a fact that the cost of power in Kenya is prohibitive. That I know it as a fact. I have talked to quite a number of members of the business community, and it is something that I will look at very, very keenly, so that we get them to manufacture. There is no country which is going to thrive if the business or industry is not encouraged and supported by the government. The government should be there to regulate and support the business community, so that the business community can do the manufacturing. Those who are involved in manufacturing, they can do business. Those who are involved in ordinary, regular retail business. And that's the way that the country can get revenue from taxes. So my duty will be to make sure that we sit down with the business community and find out the challenges they are facing and address them. Yeah? As I've said, one of the things I know is the issue of the cost of power. Mr. Maura, you asked about conducive environment. Yes, this is what I'm talking about, conducive environment to enable manufacturers. There is a lot of importation of goods that we can manufacture here. We will deal with that. As I've said, we should not be a market for other people's products if we can produce those products ourselves. Because by getting involved in the manufacture of manufacture of our own goods, we create employment, and the country gets revenue, rather than being a market for other countries. Quite a number of things are coming into our market that we should ourselves manufacture and assist. We will work with the business community so that we facilitate them. Somebody asked about the anticipatory bail. Please understand, I have been in the courts for a long time. I was in the courts for a long time. Anticipatory bail is not granted willy-nilly by the courts. Although, sometimes when it involves a rich person, some people think it has been given willy-nilly. Go back to the history of this country. There are times when the executive used to be even malicious, bring charges against, if it's a political rival, get him to be charged so that you get him out of the way. That's how this anticipatory bail came about. So it is looked at, and normally there are cases, even somebody who has been given anticipatory bail eventually gets convicted. So it is not that it is given to the rich. No. It is given to all those who apply, and of course satisfy the court that they deserve it. You also asked about why I participated in the election. I don't understand. After nullification of the election, the 2017 election, the judges, the majority of the judges of the Supreme Court directed that another election be held in accordance with the law. That election required people to go and vote. If I didn't vote, I would, it's like I would give an order that I was not myself obeying. So we went and voted. You know very well that in the second election, it was boycotted. And as a result, somebody won. So the issue you took with me is why I participated in the election. I could not give an order and be the first one to disobey it. Jabunj, you are asking what is the first executive order I will give. My first executive order is to examine the odious debt, and find out how much it is and what it is, and be able to deal with it. Otieno Willis, you asked about the election date. In all fairness, and as a judicial officer, I don't want to comment on a matter that is pending before court. It is not right. The case is already filed in court on that. I will not comment on a matter that is pending in court. I think is it Enoch who asked about what I would also do.
Yes.
I mean,
what the current he was talking about the current mistakes and the the past regimes mistakes. How will you correct those? What are the specific issues that you see?
If you had my remarks, thank you, Mr. Gon. If you had my remarks from the beginning, the greatest or the greatest amount of funds taken out through corruption means are through budgeted corruption. Budgeted corruption. You have projects where money is paid like 3-4 times the value of what the people get. We will deal with those, and first of all, we will ensure that it doesn't recur, or we minimize it immediately as we look at the past cases where there has been budgeted corruption, and deal with that, and put measures in place to recover the amount which has been stolen from the public. We will want to make a very, very strong statement that where we have evidence you cannot go scot-free when you have looted from the public. You are coming around with flaunting looted funding that have crippled our institutions. Yeah? Schools are closed because they have no funding, and it's because somebody has taken the entire budget for himself. So those are among the things I would address. Fellow Kenyans, I want to assure you that we are going to, if given the opportunity, we will deal with the issues or with the crimes that are there very, very firmly, and make a statement so that we can reset our country back to where it should be. We want everybody to follow the Constitution. We want fairness to be given to everyone, irrespective of his station in life, so that we restore our country to where it should be. If we leave our country to go on the way we are going on, we are going to run into very, very serious trouble. So we need to come together, deal with the issues that are there. If you give me an opportunity to do that, I'm not telling you I am going to deal with the issues myself, all the issues. It is to get competent people in the right places. Give them the freedom. Give them the confidence they require, and allow them to exercise the duties of the offices that they have been given. I can only interfere with somebody if he is not performing his duties. If he is not performing his duties. But if he's performing his duties and performing it well, in fact, I will go out of my way to, I mean, not even going out of the way. It is my duty to affirm him so that he can continue to do well. If you give that, and quite a number of Kenyans who are diligent people and who are ready to serve the country, give them an opportunity and demand accountability from them. Somebody, I've been reminded that there is one question I didn't answer, whether I am anybody's project. I don't want to tell you yes or no. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to watch this space. Watch this space and make up your own mind whether or not I am anybody's project. When you watch it keenly and you see what I will do, you will find out that I am the Kenyan people's project. That will come out on its own. But I don't want to tell you so that, because if I tell you I'm not anybody's project, you will begin arguing other things. I leave that to you. You make your own conclusions when you have watched this space. I think that is all. I want to thank you, Wanagondi, Abdi, and Dr. Milton, for the opportunity that you have given me to talk to the Kenyan people. We will seek to talk to them again. Please allow us to come back when the opportunity allows, so that we can talk to the Kenyan people. My appeal to the Kenyan people: come out and let us reset our country. It is doable. It is doable. It is a question of you making up your mind that you want us to make a change. I have offered myself to make a change. Get me to that position and demand results from the responsibilities you will give to me. I want to assure the Kenyans that if I am given that opportunity, I will not take anything beyond my salary. I will not allow members of my family to do business with the government. I will not allow my friends, including you, Mr. Gondi, and the others, and even those who will be working with me,
Utaki nikule kidogo.
Gavana, you will be there with the others. That's what I'm saying. Let us set our country. If you buy the idea, let us work together and reset our country. Given the opportunity, I'm ready. You have said that business, politics is mucky. I am prepared for that mucky position. If only I can make a change for this country, it will be my greatest pleasure. I was in the judiciary. I was abused left, right, and center. But at the end of the day, the Kenyans stood with me, and I completed my term. If I'm going to go through this, I know I have been warned, and I am not naive. I am going to go through murky waters, but I am prepared for that, for the sake of this country. And that will be the greatest joy of my life if I would make, I will reset this country so that we have the rule of law governing everybody, and everybody obeying and respecting the rights of the others, particularly the weak ones. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I want to thank the viewers, the listeners, and those who have participated. Please let us participate, make even comments, and let us all come together and see how we can reset our country. We cannot allow our country to be ruled by cartels who are there to milk the ordinary people, and they do not care a damn about what happens to them. We are the ones allowing them. If we can stand up and vote against them, they will have no way. And I've assured you that if I come to power, I will deal with them firmly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, CJ. I know you've been here with us a long time, and we really appreciate your time and honoring our invite to come to speak with Kenyan people. Our platform is invited. We invited everybody, and it's open all the time. That when time allows again, and you're here, you're a Kenyan, and you want to speak to with Kenyans, we're here every Sunday and everything. You're invited all the time to speak with the people, and we need everybody to come on board because everybody is a Kenyan, but on a respected way. The way you're focused, we are focus issues. We are just to focus on the issues that are affecting our country, the issues that are affecting us directly, and how can we address these issues. And that's our platform based on that. And that's why we want to say that when somebody has a personal issues, that is his personal issues, discuss them somewhere, not in a platform. Our platform is much more engaged on serious issues, way forward. How can we get a better country and how people get what they want? And I think that's what you're addressing all the time as pressure point team. And I know many people still have questions and everything, and these questions we'll get them and we'll make sure that we have them. You can answer them not only in the space but even out of the space, so that people can hear you more, can hear what you're saying about and the direction you're taking and the things that you're doing. And we're really humble. We are very humble to get time today because we did this invitation long time ago. And I know Honorable Neto was saying that we tried, but I know the right time is today. And we really appreciate your time being there all those time. I want to take it back to, before I give it Anna, I see Anna the KOT is here. Honorable Neto, you want to say something? Then Abdi.
Yeah, let's give 1 minute to KOT and 1 minute to Hannah before we do the closing statement. Okay, and then we can give 1 minute to Nyamisha and Redemptor also to say their final words, and then we cycle back to Honorable Neto, and then I can do the closing statement.
Okay,
Thank
KOT,
you.
go ahead. And then
Okay, thank you so much, Hilary, of course, and all the listeners and the speakers on this platform. And I want to take this chance, first of all, to congratulate our former Chief Justice, Honorable Maraga, for the bold move he has taken, because it really requires that courage and, of course, to have a better plan for you to declare interest in such a position. And, of course, I had a question, but, of course, maybe he will answer me maybe later or even on this platform. You know, in our constitution, the election actually needs to end at the constitution level. And we have been having this thing called Bomas of Kenya, whereby in all 290 constituencies, we call out the election of the members of parliament, but we still need to take the presidential results to the Bomas of Kenya before they are being called. So is there a way we can actually prevent this? Because the constitution of Kenya allows us to call a presidential election at the constitution at the constituency level. Otherwise, I don't have much to say, but I just want to encourage all young person who are on this platform, and of course the old person who are progressive, that even as much as our former CJ clinches that presidential seat, if he doesn't have the foot soldiers that is in the Parliament of Kenya, in the Senate, and even in the county assemblies, then he won't make any change without us. So I just want to urge each and every person here who can show interest, as long as you have good interest for our country, to ensure that we go for these seats. Personally, I'm going for Kimilili MP, and I'd really like to clinch that seat so that I can join the likes of David Maraga to ensure that we have a better Kenya. So thank you so much and have a great day. Wale wa Mashujaa Day. Happy Mashujaa Day.
Anna, go ahead.
Hey, I didn't see that coming. KOT, we'll support you definitely. We need to see more young vibrant politician in politics in Kenya rather than recycling the same people. Asanteni Sana again, Hillary, Abdi, United, and it's pleasure to have our CJ David Maraga here and the other honorable members and all Kenyans. To be honest, Hillary, what Kenya needs and how much work and what actually needs to be changed. I don't think we can finish it in one space or 10 spaces, or David Maraga would be able to fix everything in one term. Remember, we have a systematic problem, the actual system that needs to be tackled. And I don't think, unless he says he has the magic wonder, I don't think anybody has the magic wonder to fix it. But then it's the willingness and the courage that he wants to see that fixed is actually very appealing and actually reassuring. But if anybody is under the illusion that this thing can be fixed within one term, it's the system that is rotten to the core, and a person will not change it, but a group of people. And in time, I think we can change and fix the system, because it's the system that is rotten, not the person. If the system is fixed, it will actually not give the person a chance to abuse that system, because there'll be checks and balances there. So Mr. David Maraga, I say thank you. It's a pleasure to have been listening to you, but I've got only one question to you. There is actually a very big gap between the governors and the governed. I mean, the politicians or the people who are, because there are very few leaders, and so I will give them the name politicians, because some of them do not deserve to be called leaders. They don't have any leadership blood in them, so they're politicians. But are you, as a president, how would you try and bridge the gap between the government and the people that it's governing? Because I think that is where some of the problems are coming. People on the ground, or the people who are being governed, do not have access to their government, their politicians, and this in turns changes into resistance. It changes into they don't know what actually needs to be fixed from the actual ground. So that is the question I would ask.
Thank you.
My last, Hillary, I know you're closing. Last final, if you were to choose one thing that a very popular African leader is doing now, Ibrahim Traore, what will that be? His governing style. If you were to choose one thing that you would say, I would do that in Kenya, what would it be? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ras, go ahead.
1 minute, Ras.
Thank you, Hillary. I know Kenyans are begging for those questions, but mine was not more of a question. It was just an appreciation of pressure point. I appreciate the guest today. It has been a very, very, very good show. Congratulations to Abdi and Hillary for bringing such minds, brilliant mind. David Maraga, a refreshment in our political spaces right now, when we are currently facing a lot of confusion, especially the generation G and Z. And my question, Maraga, to those G and Z who are looking forward to these political seats, what is your message to the G and Z who think that politics is a game of going to go and get rich, to go and drive those big vehicles? As somebody who is so much conversant with the law, can you tell them the message to go to Bunge is to go and make good laws? I just want you to tell something the G and Z tonight before we close. Thank you, Hila.
Asante sana, Ras. I hear you. Academia, before I bring Nyamisa and Snoopy. we are doing our final remarks. So those questions, we are taking them seriously, and maybe we might not answer them today, but they will be answered. Don't worry. We are here every day. Academia, go ahead.
Well, thank you. Mine is not really a question, but just to comment one. Thank you, former CJ, for coming forth and talking to us. One, you've shown the interest in to join politics, and it's now obvious that you want to vie for presidency. So I would say that go and meet the owners of Kenya, that is the common man, direct to the ground. And it takes a lot of resources to move around the country. So the most important thing is to meet those, because I know the voter, the Kenyan voter, is not the intellectual engagement you give them that you can do in town halls. And I'm telling you this free of charge, and I'm being honest about it. The owners of the voter, the votes, most of them, by way of population, are in the rural area. And that does not mean the urban people are not of that. Just go, declare your interest. It's a political party. Make it mapema. There is no surprise in politics. You have to go there. And the more you meet them, the more you convince them. Not what you say. Just go with one message that I'm going to arrest these people based on what I did in 2017, because everybody knows that election was nullified, and they give that credit not any other person but the former CJ, David Maraga. Based on that alone, use that narrative to captivate and capture the imagination of Kenyans, because we know how we vote. It is tribal and is not going to change. And based on that, thank you.
Thank you so much. Snoopy, go ahead.
Mine is just to say thank you for Hillary and Abdi and former CJ for facilitating this wonderful, wonderful space. And as Hillary said, we hope to continue this momentum. We hope to continue, coming in, sharing ideas, and moving this forward. And we truly hope that David will move this, campaign forward, and we move from the space to where we see you on the ground. We're here to support you in every way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think CJ has been around, although maybe some people are not seeing him, but I may have been seeing him on the ground. That's why I say that come and speak to these people also and see what is happening. But he said that. I think he's listening. Patrick, I see you. 1 minute. Patrick Osoi. I'm sorry, man. Now I'm mheshimiwa.
Kabisa nashukuru.
Karibu sana.
Yeah, asante sana. I want to apologize. I think I got a little bit late. But I think we need to have a very candid conversation, and not to say, or rather to first any interest, because myself, I'm also running for the Kenyan presidency in 2027. I want to say that to Emeritus Justice Honorable Maraga, we don't want to lie to you. And we really respect your knowledge and your vast experience in judiciary, which we would want to tap from you. But I want to say this with very open heart, that we are in a time of generation dispensation, whereby we don't want to lie to ourselves and say that the people who have been into the system, or the people who are older than more than 60 years, that can fix this country. I want to say this with a lot of respect, not not to attack.
It seems like he dropped. Okay. Nyamisa, 1 minute, and Redemptor, 1 minute, and then we do the closing statements. Thank you. As we get back, Patrick.
Thank you, Hillary. First of all, I'd want to thank the former CJ for his time tonight. He has stayed for very long. Thank you very much for according us your time. Thank you, Neto. Thank you, Abdi, and everyone else who took their time to join the space. That said, I appreciate seeing Keoti Sonko here. I'm very proud of the work you're doing. You've done a lot. And I'd like to comment that as much as we are pushing for a difference in the presidency, we also be aware that we need a lot of changes in the system, not just in the presidency. So I want to say that we need to also really look at who we get into parliament and who we get into county assemblies, so that we ensure that once we change what is happening at the top of the leadership, we don't end up with the same problems we have with the parliament and the county assemblies right now. And I'd also want to urge people, as much as we want a change in the system, we can't get a change in the system if we don't change our mindset on how campaigns and elections should be run. For instance, we can't say we want a change in the presidency and we want someone who has clean hands, we want someone who's not corrupt, but we also want them on top of vehicles shouting with a large entourage, with all the pomp and color. Where would you expect someone to get money to throw around like that to hire crowds? Do you know? Can we change the way we look at campaigns? Can we, for once, be the ones that just choose a good leader without having to be convinced so loudly? We don't need them to be shouting at us for us to know that they are a good leader. And I'd call for people to volunteer and try and push this agenda further, because we will need everyone's hands on. If we are going to do anything important, we will need everyone's contribution into this, whether it's your skills, whether you know how to fundraise, whatever it is you can do, social media, just come out and let's do the campaign together. We can't expect the former CJ to do this on his own, you know. So we'll share a Google sheet for those who've been asking if they can volunteer. We'll share something later on. Then we see what we can do from there. Thank you so much and have a good night.
Thank you. Redemptor, 1 minute to you.
And happy Mashujaa Day. Happy Mashujaa Day.
Okay, I'm Damboni. Again, I say to everyone who is serving this country and crying for a better country, who feels the pain of the nation, keep serving your country. Thank you for your service. Thank you, Hillary, for holding spaces even when there's no quorum. I think today, tumeona watu trying to steal the thunder. This space is, let me advertise this space. It is available every Saturday. So if you want to be the president of Kenya, please just inbox Hillary Abdi, Neto, or Dr. Milton and say, I would like to be the president of Kenya. Please allow me to come to your show and tell you what I can do for that is housekeeping. Now, when I said about the baton, when we say we are resetting this nation, and people started thinking I'm being petty when I said the term Gen Zote does not belong to anyone, it is the symbolism of what that speaker was trying to say. It is like while we are still saying we are resetting the baton, someone is claiming ownership of the baton. And I think you know what I'm saying if you're woke. The legacy following the bloodshed of June 2025, Kenya will never be the same again. And a lot of people will come and say to the Emeritus CJ that you are not a politician, but a 37-year-old man in Burkina Faso saw a gap and jumped for the moment. And we are not saying we want it to be done unconstitutionally. All I'm saying is that nature abhors a vacuum. And that is why the young people of this nation saw a vacuum where there was no one holding our leadership accountable, and they jumped for that opportunity. And we will never, ever try to steal that moment away from them and say, no, even millennials were there, even Gen Zs were there, even Gen Zoto. No, they died because of their courage. So I'll just say this nation has been in shackles from the legacy politicians for almost 50 years. And they are really struggling. But I think the person who is struggling more is a person who is in a state called in psychology or sociology, learned helplessness. These are people who've been in shackles for so long or in prison for so long. The day you you when we are crying. And I think this is what we are doing tonight.
Thank you, Redemptor. Did we lose Redemptor? Honorable Dr. Milton, the mic is yours before we go back to Honorable Neto. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody, for taking part in this space tonight. I want to express my sincere, profound gratitude to CJ Emeritus, Honorable David Kenani Maraga, for your I want to express my gratitude to CJ Emeritus Honorable David Kanani Maraga for taking the time to be here tonight and for how you have articulated your position and what you believe is your vision for the country. And we also want to appreciate every individual that has been a part of this space. All the questions, I do believe that your team, CJ Emeritus, has taken the notes and they can be able to respond to these issues as you continue to engage with the Kenyan people in the different spaces and platforms that you interact with them. I want to say in conclusion that our country, yes, requires a reset, and that reset is specifically to address the gaps that have existed in the quality of leadership that we've had. That we've had over the years people who have pretended their way to the throne, people who have deceived the Kenyan people into being delegated the authority that is sanctity by the people to exercise the power on their behalf. The people we've had are dealers who have masqueraded as leaders for more than 6 decades, and a time has come now for the Kenyan people to listen to voices of integrity, to hear and give a chance to those who believe in the constitutional edict that is profoundly centered in chapter 4 of the Constitution, which is the Bill of Rights, and it all boils down to Article 43 that defines the quality of life and services that the Kenyan people deserve and they should get from the people. We also find ourselves in a situation where we are making a clarion call to the nation of the people, to the republic, that we now have to mobilize ourselves around individuals that have the same value system as enshrined in the Constitution, as it is to be found in Article 10 of the Constitution, as it is to be found in the character of the leaders that Kenya deserves, that is defined under Articles 73 and 75 of the Constitution, Articles 232 of the Constitution on the values of public servants that we want. And as CJ Maraga, you go out there, I want to wish you well in your endeavors. I have the belief, I have the faith that you will pull the right crowds and the right minds so that you can. If you are that person, and I believe you are, then you will deliver the country and complete the third and final liberation that the Kenyan people deserve, so that Kenyans can not just live, but they can live the quality of life that they have aspired for themselves, not just now, but for our generations and generations to come, so that the future will be kind to those who have the courage to stand up and say, enough is more than enough of what we have seen. It is time to take a different direction and grant ourselves the opportunity to live the quality of life given by the leadership that is visionary and focused and without blemish. God bless you all. God bless Kenya.
Thank you, Dr. Milton. Let's go to Honorable Neto for his final remarks before we do the final closing. Honorable Neto, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdi. Thank you very much, Hillary. And thank you very much, everyone else. I think it's been an interesting 3.5 hours of engagement. Thank you for making it possible. I'm going to be very brief. I said we are speaking in as leadership of the United Greenman Party, but I like how the CJ ended up concluded the space. He said it is doable. Give me the position and then make demands, and and see what I can do in office. I mean, it reminded me that one of the African presidents in the West had told his country men and women that the future is in their hands. So I really think what the CJ just said this evening to the people of Kenya is, the future is in your hands. You have a chance to support and work with him with regards to making him the head of state of the country. But I think that Kenya just needs leadership, firm leadership, and a good president that would help us then reset the country. I don't want to take too much time, but I'd like to thank the CJ for making time. I know it's like Hillary said before, it's taken long to get him here, but I'm sure Hillary, now you can directly send him the invite. You can directly send him the invite to join the next spaces in the next couple of days. I also like to thank all the speakers. Some of them are very forthright with their contributions. Bold and candid. That is what we need to do, always do with leadership, speaking truth to power. But I think we've also agreed as a people that the national reset cannot be an us versus them. No one has monopoly of ideas. It has to be a team effort. And I think that the CJ has really treated that it has to be a team effort where everyone else is given a chance to do their very part. Not everyone else has monopoly of ideas. No single person has monopoly of ideas. It has to be everyone else putting their best foot forward. We must let the best amongst us take leadership and take us to this place that we desire as a country. And we are very happy to work with the CJ and other like-minded Kenyans in terms of helping us deliver the Kenya that we want. And I think it is working together that we're going to be able to attain national reset towards constitutionalism, rule of law, and a place where where people have dignity and all of us live in prosperity as inspired by the founding fathers of this nation. Thank you very much, Abdi, and have a good time until the next space. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Honorable Neto. Thank you, fellow Kenyans, for your courage, your presence, and your voice tonight. As we close this powerful, necessary conversation, let's speak plainly. Kenya is not only in a political crisis, we are in a moral crisis, a crisis of conscience. We see the hunger in our homes, the hopelessness in our youth, the silence of our institutions, and the betrayal of the Constitution. But tonight we are reminded not all is lost. We are deeply grateful to Honorable Justice Maraga, a man who didn't just interpret the Constitution, but embodies it as a spirit. He stood when others bowed. He acted when others hid. He nullified the election, not because it was safe, but because it was right. Now, by stepping up forward and putting his name down to lead this nation, he has rekindled a flicker of faith in leadership rooted in principles. So we say asante for choosing not only to remain on the sidelines, but to work with the people towards justice. To Honorable Neto, the entire Pressure Point team, and to all our brilliant guests, your conviction, your clarity, your courage have lit the path for others to follow. You have proven that true patriotism is not silent, but speaking with love and urgency. The listeners across the nation and the diaspora, this time for silence is over. The era of survival politics and trouble bargain is done. Kenya needs a new beginning, one not anchored in power games, but in principle, but not in slogans, but in service. I think this is the right to be here, is our pressure point. Either we force the system to change or we'll continue to grind us down. But there is hope rooted in the Constitution and the unyielding support of the people. And most powerful today in the Gen Zote movement, a generation that stood up and spoke out and reminded all of us silence is complicity. To Gen Zote, we thank your courage. It has steered the soul of the sleeping nation. To CJ Maraga, thank you for answering their call. Thank you for stepping up to lead a movement grounded in justice, integrity, and the rule of law. Let's not rise with clarity, our minds, conviction in our hearts, and the Constitution in our hand. We are not here to beg. We are here to build. We are not here to plead. We are here to demand for our children, for our country, and for the Constitution. We will not retreat. Tuko pamoja na safari ya ukombozi imeanza. Asante sana. Mungu awabariki. Over to you, Hillary.
Thank you so much, Abdi. Thank you so much, Honorable Neto. Thanks so much, Honorable David Maraga. Milton, and all speakers who are here, ladies and gentlemen, we really, really thank you so much for joining this enlightening conversation with the Honorable Dr. Maraga. We really, really appreciate his insights on governance, judicial independence, and the role of the youth in shaping Kenya's future has been both power and thoughtful provoking today. We really appreciate your reflection of the calls of judicial killing and also the power of the power of the agencies who came out and tried to fight for democracy. I want to thank all the team that's joined today, Mizani, I saw you, Kimuzi, and everybody else who tried, Nyamisa, name them Redemptor, all the supporters. Always, we are here every Sunday with Pressure Point team, and we bring more speakers. We bring everybody on board to speak to us as Kenyans, because all of us are Kenyans, but on best issues. We thank you so much. We cannot take your time for granted, but we are really pleased with everybody who joining us every Sunday to make sure that we address the issues that affect our country and how to address them going forward. May God bless you and God be with you until again next Sunday, the same time, same place. We are here every time. CJ, we don't have a language, but we reach out to you all the time. You have a chance all the time, and all the speakers to come on board to address Kenyans.